right, it's 4 o'clock. We will call to order the October 1st, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazur.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Chair Ray.
Present.
Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. You have 9 present.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment? You can come up.
I'll be quick. My name's Andrea McCubbin. I'm from Galesburg, Michigan. My family and I have been involved with the Kalamazoo County 4-H program and the Kalamazoo County Fair since '99. Both sons participated in 4-H and the fairs until they aged out after their freshman year in college in 2007 and 2010, respectively. I'm currently the president of Kalamazoo County 4-H Leaders Council. I'm the representative for the Fair Council for Leaders Council. I'm the superintendent for the Cavies and Critters Reptile Small Animal Project. I'm the interim superintendent for cats, and I'm also a community leader for Galesburg Community Club, and I run the fair booth at the fair. We used to have a fair coordinator, and I'm hoping the Board of Commissioners will consider bringing back a fair coordinator to improve and grow the fair. I want to see it prosper. And right now, that particular position is no longer exists in Kalamazoo County. It was absorbed into the events manager position at the Expo Center. And I feel we really need to focus on that fair in order to see it grow. I work in the food booth, as I mentioned before, and every day, multiple times a day, community members ask, where's the entertainment? Where's the rides, etc. And I worked the Vicksburg Harvest Festival on Sunday and promoting 4-H. And I have several members from the community, unprovoked by me, say that they no longer go to the Kalamazoo County Fair. They love the 4-H, they love the animals, but they want the full fair experience. So they go to other county fairs. They can see the 4-H animals, they can see the 4-H projects, but they don't have the rides, they don't have the entertainment, they don't have the midway. And so I'm hoping that you will seriously consider funding a fair coordinator position in the budget as you're looking at it for 2025, because I don't see how we can possibly grow the fair. 4-H is growing, which is fabulous. It's a wonderful program, but in order to bring the community in to come and visit us to see those wonderful 4-H programs, we need to have other attractions in order to bring them into fair. And I think it starts with bringing back a fair coordinator. Thanks for the consideration.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for YWCA Kalamazoo. It's a pleasure to see you all again. I'm coming before you all today with a thank you first to you all in consideration of the YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund as part of the county's additional budget recommendations. And again, to ask for your continued support through this body's renewed financial support of the YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund. At YWCA Kalamazoo, our mission is to eliminate racism and empower women. And for the last few years, we've come before this body dedicated to addressing persistent barriers to comprehensive reproductive health care for those most marginalized, ensuring that women, identities that align with LGBTQIA and non-binary, survivors of violence, and individuals working to make ends meet have access to quality, affordable, comprehensive, and culturally competent reproductive health care. The support provided through YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund is a critical component to achieving our mission. Since 2021, the Reproductive Health Fund has provided funding support to marginalized communities in Kalamazoo County for nearly 600 services, including doula care, abortion care, and a range of gender-affirming care. Of those who received funding in the last year, over 50% were people of color. 54% identified as LGBTQIA+, and 61% had a household income of less than $24,600. From 2022 to 2023, we saw a 19% increase in services utilized, with the majority of funding support assisting with items including legal name changes, gender-affirming care products, and covering the costs of care needs like PEP and PrEP. As we approach the end of 2024, the Reproductive Health Fund is on track to exceed these services provided during 2023 and every year before, demonstrating a continuous growth for care support for residents of Kalamazoo. The Reproductive Health Fund has a direct impact on the health and being of hundreds of women and gender diverse county residents since its inception. But we have not done this alone. Community partners and investments to the Reproductive Health Fund from the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners have and continue to play a pivotal role in ensuring access to care for those most marginalized remains. Today, we thank the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners for its previous efforts and support towards equity and addressing the reproductive health needs of its most vulnerable residents. However, this work cannot continue without funding from the Board of Commissioners. We ask for your continued dedication to making better health outcomes for the county a reality. Therefore, during this budget cycle, YWCA Kalamazoo asks for the Board of Commissioners for your continued funding support in the amount of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time?
Jamaica Patrick Singleton. I am the Executive Director of Cradle Kalamazoo and the Vice President of Community Health for the YWCA Kalamazoo. I came before this body just a couple of months ago to talk about RX Kids. And I just wanted to remind you all that RX Kids is a program that's going to be the first ever cash assistance prescription program for expectant moms in Kalamazoo County. We are on track to begin RX Kids in January of 2025, which means as of our start date in January, expected families will be able to receive $1,500 in their first trimester and $500 per month for the first year of baby's life. Our goal is to have the initial funding for the first 2 years, and that's a $10 million funding requirement. So far, we have been able to raise $7 million through various partners, and our hope is that we continue to raise money. And so as you all set your budgets and consider what types of programs that you will fund for the upcoming year, we are hoping that you will consider us, and we thank you for any consideration that you've given to us. And again, the program will be effective January of 2025 with the hopes that we'll continue the program, the initial funding for 2 years, and then beyond that initial funding. This is a no strings attached program. Early data from Flint, which is the initial RX Kids site, shows that families are using the money for rent, for prescriptions, for baby items, utilities, and vehicles. And so the program, even though Flint just started their program in January, this early data is proving to be very positive. Families are going to the doctor sooner because that is one of the requirements that you be able to, that you have proof of pregnancy. So parents are entering into medical care sooner than had been before. And so we are excited about RX Kids. We are hoping to continue our fundraising efforts so that we make this a meaningful program for Kalamazoo residents. Right now, the program will be for Kalamazoo City residents with the hopes of expanding as we continue our fundraising efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. Are there any others who wish to make public comment?
Hello, my name is Zach Lassiter. I'm gonna repeat what I said last week with some new information. You guys are looking at potentially setting the bottom of your salary at $40,000. Right now, it's 19 and change. I I asked the county administrator after last week's meeting, how many of the full-time staff that work for Kalamazoo County make less than $40,000, and he told me around a third of that staff. So I don't know if that's an exact number. It was kind of, in the hallway conversation, but I think you guys need to look at how it looks to your employees, especially if you're having trouble retaining and keeping good employees, when you as leaders give yourselves more than a double raise, but are struggling to pay them what they need to pay their bills and live in this community. That, you know, I think doubling is ridiculous. I do think that 19's low for what you guys do, but I think doubling is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, Dina, do we have any hands raised online? I do not see any. So we will move into the review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from Director Post. I don't see him.
Hey, Chair, I'll actually take care of that tonight. Our
Okay.
illustrious director is at a my GFOA conference for much needed professional development opportunities. So I'll take over that portion of the meeting tonight, and then stand by for any questions. So this evening we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,741,596.92. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims list totaling $2,959,495.10. And then payroll disbursements totaling $4,011,701.69 are presented for the September 27th general and September 30th elected payrolls. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Administrator. Are there any questions? All right, moving right along to our 2025 budget discussion. Administrator, you want to lead us through that?
Absolutely. I didn't realize. Yeah, thank you. We will, yes, go into the 2025 budget. So what I've done initially here was changed a few projections. So we'll walk through that before we do get started. So we did make the 2025 digital budget book live with our vendor ClearGov, and there were some complications in their software that made that the 2023 actuals projections in the spreadsheets misrepresented on the actual software. So we're working with them to resolve that technical glitch. So at this time, we've actually hidden those columns as they're not really necessary for the 2025 budget, but we will unhide those columns when that technical glitch is resolved with our vendor ClearGov. So right now they're hidden, but all the other information relevant to 2025 is there and accurate. So Dina, we will advance to the next slide, please. So again, we'll go over some changes that we had to make to expenditures, revenues. We'll talk about managing fund balance, reviewing the board's priorities, review some more 2025 requests, and then we can kind of review the recommendation incrementally as we walk through. And happy to stop and pause to take any questions as we go through this evening. Next slide, please, Dina. So the first thing that we did was obviously we had a discussion on personnel costs and wanted to heed to the desires of the board to increase wages and the wage scale in particular by an additional percent from the original budget recommendation. So you'll see there that now we're at 4%. We did this and accomplished this by listening to some of the advice from the board, in particular Vice Chair Taylor, to reduce the fringe rate. So recall it was 42.9%. Now it's 40%. That saved roughly $600 and almost $700,000. So that's how we were able to increase the total there for personnel by $1.4 million to get us to the additional percentage that we need for the 4%. So we'll adjust the wage scale to 4% for 2025. And what that'll do for those is if they're maxed out on the scale, they will still get that 4%. So all wages will go up January 1st. 2025 by 4%. Those that are eligible for an increase in 2025 will also receive that on their anniversary date. So I wanted to go over that little small detail. Happy to, yes, please, Commissioner Shred.
May I, Chair? I just want to chime in here briefly. But I think for this board, advancing significant wage increase for the employees was a top priority. And I want to thank administration and the finance department, but I really want to give particular thanks to Vice Chair Taylor for his understanding of the budget process and advocacy to get us to the solution. And it's a great example of how building expertise over time makes real results for the employees and the community. And Vice Chair Taylor demonstrated that in this effort here. This gets 4% wage increase for our employees. So thank you to him and congratulations to the employees for that.
Vice Chair.
Just thank you. You got me blushing. But really, it was a hard work of Ryan and Kevin that they were really up all night. I did push them hard on it, but they were up all night to get it done and looking at the employee benefits fund and how that works. So the real work was our staff. So thank you to them.
We do have great staff. Vice Chair President.
I wanted to echo that. My feeling all along was we should go for the 4% and appreciate Vice Chair Taylor and our administration and our staff. I think this is a priority for this board to definitely take care of our employees and move ahead in this manner. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. Likewise, 3.5 wasn't settling well with me, so I'm glad we went to 4 on top of all the other initiatives that we plan on putting in place, emergency fund, daycare, to show our employees that we do have them in mind to be first. And to a comment that was made about retention, we're working really hard to make sure that our employees want to come to work, and have a 4% raise on top of anything else that comes in, as well as our initiative shows that we do care about our employees, your staff included. So thank you for all your hard work.
Any other questions? All right, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. Yeah, yes. So this slide did not change. So as you know, that was a priority for 2024 was to redo the way that we calculate overtime. So we now have a general pool for that, and we budget for that. So that didn't change from the last presentation, but at $1.357 million. Next slide, please, Dina. Next slide. Thank you. So on the revenue side, so I wanted to just, this slide did not change as well. So I wanted to provide clarity here. So we are projecting a total 8% increase in growth, and that's based on the Equalization Department's report. What we're doing is earmarking the 5% towards operational, and then that 3% to capital. So just kind of recognizing that, but that didn't change from last slide. I just want to clearly state that for 2025. So our real property taxes projection is $54,986,300. So that's what we're still at. Next slide, please, Dina. These slides also did not change, so you will notice that we still have marijuana tax at 2.1 million. State revenue sharing is a number that is provided from the state of Michigan from Treasury, so that's 6.9 million, roughly $7 million. Investments we have at 2.5 million, and then another number that's provided from the state, the convention facility alcohol tax, is 1.97 million. Next slide, please, Dina. And then so a lot of these funds do increase as we project property taxes. So the law enforcement fund, as you see here, we have about $877,000 available for new funding requests for specific law enforcement fund initiatives. So next slide, please, Dina. So this slide also did not change. It's just a good way, a nice representation of, illustrating when we actually receive all tax revenue. So as you see, it's sporadic. The one that's most consistent is investment income, which is monthly, and we receive a report on that. And then as you can even see, like our state revenue sharing, they kind of come in at odd times of the year. But just a representation there. Next slide, please, Dina. And then this is a little bit of a better representation as far as a calendar is concerned. So just a nice tool to have and reference. Next slide, please, Dina. Any questions on revenue, please, Vice Chair?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Just before the commission administrator goes on, I kindly ask the press to please remove your mic from his desk. You can put it back here if you like. I need you to move it to the other side, please. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair.
Yeah, my question actually is on the overtime, and I apologize I didn't get this to you right before, Kevin. Is there a history of which departments are utilizing that overtime that we need to budget for that? Is this to kind of like a couple department specific, or is this going to be an overarching sort of overtime?
Yes, that's a great question, Vice Chair. So, I mean, there are more common departments. So, for example, the sheriff's office has overtime. We do see some overtime within, for example, like the prosecutor's office, and those are very yeah, yeah, that's true. So like our human resources department, which is actually a big one, and not a big one, but they're constantly working weekends and holidays to process payroll, for example. So we have some, but I'd say that there are more heavy hitters than others, but we're trying to, the way that the county used to budget overtime was they would kind of shore it up at the end of the year, and departments would have to kind of fight at the end of the year. So we wanted to sort of centralize this function so that departments have overtime and don't have to worry about cutting from their their respective budgets and such. So yeah.
I think it makes sense to do this, especially because it gives us a 3 to 5 year tracking, so we can track it a little bit closer. And quite frankly, what I think we'll be able to find out by 2026 or 2027 budget is traditionally it kind of ate into our excuse me. It ate into our reserves, but that money. So if we weren't spending money on employees, or there was opening vacancies, and so we had this structural sort of surplus that continued year after year after year. With this sort of policy and this rate of putting this in, I think it allows us to track it over a 2 or 3 year budget process, which arms us with more information as we make subsequent year budgets. So appreciate that. One last question that I had, which I'm trying to get to, sorry. It was actually a comment probably to commissioners. The revenues that he's got on here are pretty much static. The cannabis tax, the state revenue sharing, the convention facility alcohol tax. We're using a full equalization report on our grossed on our taxes. So the only thing that I think that we can maybe even adjust, if we did do adjust, and I would caution it to be very careful. First, I'd like to see if anything is added to come out of our contingencies, or look for one-time money to do it. And secondly, if we are going to add something to operational, I would think it makes the most sense to have slight adjustments on the investments portion of the revenue, and that would be the only one I would touch.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Strips, and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
We have lots of hardworking departments, but just in brief, I wanted to lift up also the juvenile home has a high rate of overtime for the employees there. That's all.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to comment on the investment part of that. I thought that might be a bit low, and that might be a place that we should look at, maybe a slight adjustment up, based on what we've been hearing from our treasurer and stuff, that those investments, even though there is a little downtick heading that way, but it might give us some leeway to improve our on our expenditure thing. Thank you.
Well, thank you. No, great comments. And yeah, there's many departments that yeah, certainly use overtime, and Vice Chair hit the nail on the head there that uh yeah, it's structure, yeah, there are structural surpluses and such. So it's better to just budget this kind of activity in. So that's what this does. And we do track it by department, so we can absolutely share a report with the board to, from time to time to show that illustration. So um, all right. So yes. So where does this leave us? So for the general fund, you'll see that we're completely balanced as presented today. So $92,304,900 for the general fund on revenue and the expenditure side. Our general fund for that 3% capital, that projection is 1.9 million. And so you'll see in the administrator's recommendation, we have what we just called capital expenditures for that 1.9 million. And what that would do is the capital improvement committee, the CIP committee, would be able to leverage that funding to address requests that come in. Then the law enforcement fund again is $800. So total available surplus as it stands today, that you'll see from my recommendation that leverages the surplus to address the new funding request is $5.7 million. Next slide, please, Dina. The first thing that we'd like to do is kind of talk through managing fund balance. So as Vice Chair has mentioned, there's been this structural sort of surplus in our fund balance. And it's because we don't have a practice, or have not had a strong practice of really encumbering the funds so that on our general ledger, they're actually encumbered for specific purposes. And so we embarked on this process starting in 2023 for 2024, but really drafting this golden ratio policy for fund balance. And that helps address some of the surplus that comes in from year to year as we receive the new audit from year to year. And then we also want to start having a practice of then encumbering those funds, so that way they don't show up as unrestricted, unallocated fund balance, because we know that we have projects out there that we need to either construct or address. So you'll see that from the 2023 financial statement, so activity ending 12/31/23, our fund balance, unassigned fund balance allocation was $52.4 million. Now, in January 2024, if you recall, we did purchase 440 North Church Street and 246 West Kalamazoo Avenue to construct a new parking garage. And so with those purchases, that brought our unallocated fund balance, unassigned fund balance, down to 49.6 million. Utilizing that golden ratio policy, we knew that we had increased our fund balance by $12.4 million from year to year, so from 2022 to 2023. So that golden ratio policy stipulated that we divide that $12.4 million into these various buckets. So we knew that one of them was board initiatives. So that's where that $3.5-ish million was going to for that transitional housing initiative. And then fleet was supposed to get, I believe that's 20%, or it's 20% or 30%. Large capital, and then capital. Large capital is really construction of buildings. So your major construction projects. Capital, or purchasing like not vehicles, but I'm trying to think of what other capital initiatives we have, like body worn cameras and things like that, and vehicles would probably fit in that category too. It's all capital fund 401. So that's where that $12.46 million kind of comes off the top. Then we look at what projects we have out there now. And so we knew that we have on the horizon the construction of a parking garage. So we would like to encumber $8 million from fund balance for that purpose in a restricted general fund account. We know that we had previously spoke to the sheriff's office for a technology project that they needed funding for. So $1.5 million encumbered for that. For 2024, we had to make additional contributions to the retirement fund. So that is already coming out, and it was $750,000. That's an actuarial number that we receive back from our pension. So that'll be coming out. And then we reduced, based on board feedback, the KL landfill remediation from 1.5 million to 750,000, knowing that there's going to be some remediation required. We just don't know what the number will be, but we'd like to restrict some fund balance for that. And then there's some recommended earmarks out there too that I would recommend that we encumber funds for. We know that we have the need for a household hazardous waste conceptual design. So right now there's a feasibility study, but then we need to design a facility once that feasibility study comes back. And so we're recommending about $250,000 for that. And then some additional funding out there to address deferred maintenance of this building and others, possibly property acquisition, construction of facilities. So a general fund transfer to 401 as well, an amount of $4 million. And that can all be adjusted too. Nonetheless, that leaves us with that grand total of all those projects at $21.8 million.
Sorry, just really quick. Can you, and I know you probably don't know this off the top of your head, but if you just email it to me at a later date or whatever, what the balance is at 470 and 401 currently? Thanks.
Yep, we will get that. Yes.
Thanks.
All right. So then next slide, please, Dina. This slide goes together. This just shows, it illustrates per our current fund balance policy, general operating revenues will be at 20 to 25%. So we know that 20% of $92 million is 18.4 million, and then 25% of that 92 million is $23 million. So utilizing this policy, our fund balance, in terms of funding that we can still allocate to additional projects so that we still stay within and aligned to our fund balance policy. If we want to go all the way down to 20%, then the board has $3.4 million to allocate. And that's taken into consideration all of those encumbered funds. Or if you wanted to stick with the 25% ratio, you're at 1.1 million, you could still allocate to other projects. So that's what this is telling you, that to stay within that fund balance policy, we have that amount of money to spend. So up to $3.4 million, recognizing all of those encumbered funds that we would like to restrict to certain accounts. So any questions on that at all? Kind of ran through that pretty quickly. Okay. Oh, yes, please.
And really quick, that's one-time money.
Yes, thank you for saying that. Yeah, one-time money. So, and then obviously this is revisited then every year. So as we go through our annual audit, we'll see what the fund balance increases by, and then that obviously then these numbers will adjust. So, yep, great point. So yeah, this is just the pie chart where, like I said, I couldn't remember the numbers, but yeah, so you can see here, fleet is 20%. So this is the golden ratio policy. That's how we got that $12.4 million number. And then we divided it up. So fleet's 20%, large capital is 20%. The board priorities is 30%. And then the regular capital is 30% as well. Next slide, please, Dina. Just a reminder of the board priorities. So diversity, equity, and inclusion being the overall umbrella. We had then economic development initiatives, the compensation and benefits for employees, community safety with focus on emergency management, and then lastly, community equity. And then the next slide just kind of shows, as a reminder, the strategic plan implementation readiness and how our board priorities align with the overall county strategic plan. And then this next slide is just a reminder on sort of our guiding principles. So we're looking at smart growth, investing versus spend mentality, and then a cautious approach when designing, when we're designing this budget to ensure service and maintaining employment. All right, so this next slide, not a whole lot has changed, but I do want to, I was able to highlight some of the numbers in red that changed from the last time I presented. So on the left side of the screen on that table, none of those numbers changed. So that's our economic development initiatives. And so none of those new funding requests have changed there. And then on the right side of the screen, you'll notice that some numbers did change. And so some of the, for example, for the drain commissioner's item, that drain maintenance operations manager one position, that changed as a true up as we looked at salary increases and looking at the fringe rate and all that stuff. So some of these numbers had to change for the positions. That one did not change by much, but I think it was about $1,000 or so. So finance went through and did a true up there. And then you'll notice that the weather radio program distribution went down by $5,000, and we decreased that to address a new funding request from our conservation district to implement a tire collection program. And so that program is designed with safety and community health in I can't think of the word I'm trying to use, but in mind. So yes, so that's what that did. So that bucket didn't change by much in terms of the actual priority for community safety, but it was adjusted just slightly to address all of those new funding requests. Next slide, please. So this next slide, the only thing that changed here again was true up in the 4%. So you'll see at the top, it's all salary related. So that 4% adjustment to the K-band wage scale, that had to be adjusted. If you recall, it was about 50% of what it was last time. So we had to double that essentially. But recall again that we were able to double that because we reduced the fringe rate. So that's where that funding basically came from. So that's up. And then we also trued up the commissioners' wages as well as the countywide elected officials. So those were adjusted just slightly to align with the 2025 K-band schedule. When I initially presented these numbers and the steps were a little bit different because I did not have the 2025 wage scale yet because we were still in the process of adjusting from 3 to 4% and such. So that's just kind of where we are now. So wanted to mention that. And obviously these numbers can continue to be adjusted as we move to the 15th. Next slide. Oh, please.
May I, thanks, Chair. In this, you have the board commissioners and you put the wages in at like 40. But you got this 22 something over here to the right. What is that particularly, if I can ask?
Yes. So yes, that's a great question, Vice Chair Pro Tem. So the chair, vice chair pro tem, and commissioners are all besides the committee. Well, everyone's paid at a different rate. So what you see at that $22,880 number is it's the increase in what and over what that position is paid now. So I believe the chair position is paid about 21,000. So that 22,000 takes into account the FICA essentially. So your Medicare and it's Medicare, it's FICA, whatever that, it's that almost 10%, what payroll taxes essentially. So.
I mean, okay, I'm not comfortable with this for the commissioners. I realize we're doing more work. I was more comfortable with your first proposal of around 25 for commissioners and stuff, but I'm not gonna support going this high. I think we can take that money and possibly, down to 25 and then, a little more for the chair and the vice chair, I guess for the vice chair pro tem and bring that down maybe a little more reasonable. And then put that money maybe towards our fair director or something. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazzei?
Well, I agree. I'm very uncomfortable with that increase too. So I would not be supporting that high.
Do you have a recommendation for the change?
I was more comfortable with the first one too. Wasn't it like 20s, a little 27, I think. Was that? I can't remember what that was. Or 25?
Okay. Vice Chair, I see a finger.
Yeah, people say that we don't listen to the people in the audience, but I think there was a comment made that was right on, that we shouldn't be paying ourselves more than the lowest full-time employee. I think what that number is, and I think Commissioner Strebs has been working on that. She might have something to share because I don't even know what the exact number is. But I think that makes sense. This is a lot of work and we need to professionalize this board. And it is tons and tons of work, but as leaders, I agreed with the comments that were made from the public today.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So comments were heard and I respect them. For me, and I'm willing, it was me who proposed the 40 based on research that I had done. And people were in agreement to it. And yes, we get pushback. When I started researching even deeper of what our roles would parallel to if we looked at different jobs, since we're comparing it to the lowest paid employees, what we do is in alignment with what a regional director would do or what an executive director would do, which would push this salary way out towards, the 80K mark. So I value our employees, I value our constituents. Historically, being a commissioner was based on privileged folks being in here to sit and, they didn't have any other job or they were business owners. That time has changed. Folks don't know what we do in our regular lives. And if we had a salary of 40, that could push many of us, even while we go to 4-year terms, other folks in different counties, since we look to them for what their salaries were, are just full-time commissioners based on that salary. So when you say greed, I don't want people to think that, they have a full-time job. We're in a different economy. Everybody is struggling. In our full-time jobs, we have to take business time, sick time, vacation time to serve our constituents. I think most of our constituents are happy with the results that they have on this board. In fairness of what we're doing, not only for our employees, that historically has not been done. I don't know too many other entities that's going to push for 40 hours of bereavement, that's going to push for daycare, that's going to push for the things that we have been record setting nationwide, where nationwide people are coming to Kalamazoo to see what we do surrounded around housing. I don't think that some of our directors like Balkema would be able to push what we do in a housing way without the support of the board of directors. It's very seldom that we say no to initiatives that come unless they just plain out don't make sense. So for me, when we talk about salaries, the administrator will tell you, if I could push everybody up, because, when vice chair came in, we were hoarding money. I said, well, let's spend the money, put it into our employees, put it into the community. So as I look at this, and then I look at other elected officials' salary, I mean, in the last 2 years, and this, I'm just throwing out this number, nobody said anything about the sheriff's salary going up over 25,000. Nobody said anything about the process. And this is what we agree on. And had we pushed back and said, nope, we're not pushing the salary of the sheriff or the prosecutor, we would have gotten pushback. When I hear other elected officials compare what they do, let's say for a drain commissioner, when I think of pushing a drain commissioner salary, like I said in the last meeting, I'm not jumping in to rescue a 10-foot beaver. I'm not putting in any of the swamp work, drain work. And we're talking about the trades. So I don't want to devalue what we do as commissioners. We have an administrator and 900 employees that go through him, but we're essentially responsible for them. So I don't want to diminish what we do. I understand that there are privileged minds on here that feel guilty about it, but when I took this into consideration, I made sure that I put in recommendations for our constituents and fought in a lot of things. If I could have put the employees to 5%, I would have. And commissioners said, no, we're going to go through to 3.5. So I do put our community first, but as we save one another's, we can't continue to drown in our real lives, because for some of us, that's the reality. And especially for women of color, that's what we do. We save everybody and then worry about how we're going to pay our bills at home. So I just want people to take that into consideration on what we do and what you have asked us to do and what we come forward in doing. And respect what we put forward. If it's not 40, I'm good with that, but 25, If that's the will of the board, then I'm gonna go with the will of the board, but my recommendation, if we can't do 40, would be at least 35. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strauss?
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a really valuable dialogue to have, and I think part of the discussion sort of links back to the praise I shared for Vice Chair Taylor. A wage that supports and resources the work and energy and time needed to really execute the people's business, to advance a policy agenda, to be strategic in our thinking, to collaborate across the sectors and community as a board. What that does is helps to professionalize a board where we retain people over successive terms that build them the expertise that when we get into the details of the budget, have the tools available to advocate effectively so that employees get a 4% raise, so that we do get out into the community as Chair Ray, work to collaborate and work on the blueprint for peace, and we make allocations out for gun violence reduction, we see it go down. And that happens because you have a board resourced effectively to commit the time to the work. But thinking about how to do that equitably, when, as Commissioner Morales lifted up, for the majority of the history of our nation, elected offices have been held by people with wealth and privilege and status, and there is value to those perspectives in the dialogue. There's also value to have working people in the dialogue, parents in the dialogue, elders in the dialogue, right? And we do those things by ensuring the support is available. All in honor to you there, Commissioner. But also, how does that have an impact with our employees? So as we come to the adjustment to our wage scale and we see our K-101 band adjusted up by 4%, that employee would earn roughly $33,155.20. And I think this board could be in line with that as a wage for the work that we're doing, in alignment with the employees of this organization, and know that we are committed to the work for them. And if we're resourced, we can dig into it deeply. That would be my recommendation.
Elders? Commissioner DeLue?
I'm the youngest of the elders, I think, and that's bad. Wow. Well, just to be frank, I definitely don't support $40,000. And I appreciate Commissioner Morales' words. We are certainly walking in different shoes, and we always have, and we always will. And I don't come from where you come from. I didn't run for this office I didn't look at the pay and go, oh my God, they're making $18,000. I want that job. And when I was running for office, I told people I've been a public servant my whole life. And I look at this as being a public servant. It's actually a privilege to be elected and to serve on a board like this, especially with all you marvelous folks. And so I look at it from a different perspective. I look at it as I'm serving the people, and they asked me to do that. And I don't want it to get to a point where you make it so high, people look at it and go, I'm running for that position because they're getting paid. I don't know if people do it for the money or not, but I certainly don't support 40,000. I was going for the 25, and I had a commissioner suggest, well, maybe you start at 25 and like every year, like the employees, you get a 2, 3, 4% raise or whatever. But I would, if like Commissioner Morales said, if it's the consensus of the board, I would go for 25 and a little more, but certainly nowhere near 40,000.
You all good, Grandpa? All right.
Geez, the old guy is gonna have to say something, huh? Well, I guess I'm one of those privileged people because I'm retired. I do have the time to spend on this, and whether it's paying 18 and change or 40, I'm gonna spend the same amount. And I enjoy being a representative of my constituents. And as long as I'm doing a decent job at that, they'll keep reelecting me. And the minute I look like I'm doing more for myself than for them, they'll throw me to the wolves. So
I'll just add my comments before you go. I want to say I agree with Commissioner Morales. Also, Commissioner Strebs, I think we do a lot of work that people don't really see. A lot of times people think we're just attending 2 meetings a month, and that's not the case. We're busy. I could support the 40,000. I'm also in alignment with the 33 if that's where the will of the board is. I don't think that we should undervalue ourselves. Some of us maybe do more work than other people and don't really see the value in being compensated for it. As Commissioner DeLu said, I too like to serve the public. I'm happy to do it. I'm always volunteering, but we need to be compensated as well. So I'm okay either way. I can support 40 or the 33. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue on this. Certainly I will gladly, I am privileged to be here. I realize that. I mean, I made a lot of money selling marijuana. If I had a different color skin, I'd probably be in jail. That's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. I'll say that in public. But the truth of the matter is you can't have a position designed for just wealthy people or old people. I get that. I understand that. But as leaders, we can't, in my opinion, I think it gives us motivation to make sure whoever the least employees are, that we raise their salaries as we raise ours. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Strebs of whatever the K101 is. But I think it's important for the public to remember what this board has done in the last 2 years. We've created a culture on this board, a culture of productivity. I mean, the arena with no tax dollars getting built, one of the largest economic developments in the downtown Kalamazoo. 23 and a half positions new last cycle. Our investment income, working with the treasurer instead of continuously, belittling an elected official. We sat down and we worked with them. And we went from making 1.1 million to $7.5–8 million a year of county money. That's good. That's going to the citizens of Kalamazoo County because we collaboratively worked as a team. The business development, the economic development, the hundreds of jobs we've created for landscape forums, the things that we've been able to do as a board and be effective, I think holds value to the community for us to professionalize this board. I do agree with the comments made from the public that we should not be paying ourselves more than the lowest county full-time employee. And I think that's where my line is. So that's kind of where I stand on this issue.
All right, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said, and we do a lot more than folks see. We don't just meet twice a month. We meet a lot. We go to a lot. We have to do a lot. That's part of being a public servant, and I totally concur with Commissioner DeLu's statement. I feel honored to be voted and have sat on this board for the number of years that I have. And I can remember when we weren't getting half this amount that we're getting now, but it isn't about so much, and the money part of it. Yes, it's great to be compensated and we need to be compensated fairly for, services rendered. However, I concur that I think 25 is good for the base wage, and then as I stated earlier, a percentage each year, because this is going to be set for 4 years. It's not going to be something that they can change next year or the year after. So I still feel that 25 is where I'd like to see us at. and make sure that we get the raises to our employees. They are the backbone of this organization. Yes, we sit up here, we make decisions. We have a lot of hard work to do to get to those decisions. Our administration, fortunately now we've got some great administrators that are doing a miraculous job of keeping this county running and being as productive as Commissioner Taylor or Vice Chair Taylor just alluded to. But I find it a privilege to be here, and I'm not supporting. I'd like to stay at the 25 and then raises for the chair, the vice chair, stuff. But in fact, as the vice chair pro tem, I'm making the same as everybody else. I'm not getting anything extra. So, and I don't mind. That's fine. I don't mind the extra work. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Well, I'll lead by saying the same thing, and I think all of us believe this. I mean, it's a lot of work to run a race and to win a seat, and to be here is an absolute honor, and something I think each of us are grateful to be engaged in and committed to the work. I did want to clarify on my recommendation, the 33 that aligns with the base salary on our K-band schedule. And then I would recommend a bump for each of the leadership positions as well, 1,000. Additionally, for the vice chair pro tem, 1,500 for vice chair, and then 2,000 for chair, bringing each of them a little bit above that 33. And I forgot to state that initially.
All right, any other comments before we move on? Commissioner Gisler? Do we need a motion, or can we just change this in the budget?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so Chair, yeah, we just kind of need to know what the general numbers will be, and then so that way we can have a balanced budget. So I have not heard I've heard three, yeah. So yeah, I mean, and so I know, you know, there's a common approach to tier the wages. So from chair to vice chair pro tem commissioners, I'm hearing probably more alignment around. I guess, I mean, yeah, there's I need more general consensus than yeah to move forward. Yeah,
I feel like I heard consensus. Commissioner Gisler?
Yeah, this is one of those rare evenings. They do come up every now and then, but I like what Jen just said. Let's peg our salary to the lowest paid employee on the company payroll, so to speak, with the allocation of something additional for the leadership. And then that'll change as we change the pay for the low ranking employees. I think that's a super solution. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales?
So are we good for the motion? I can make a motion that we, for our next 4-year cycle, 24 through 28. I'm sorry. Just make it? Okay. Next that, clerk. Here, I'll let Jen. Did you want to say something, Abby? I did.
I'd let Commissioner Morales make the motion, but I think the motion just needs to be a direction to administration.
Okay, I move that we direct the administrator to change the budget of commissioner salaries to 33, to the lowest K band of our employees, with a step increase every year. Correct. 4% over the.
We're just doing this budget here.
Is that clear enough?
so I think that we would suggest that the percentage increase be tied to what you then afford to other non-union employees, right? Is that what you all are? Okay, perfect. Yep, we understand that.
So we good?
I believe so. So, but I do want to make sure, I want to ensure, so are you all proposing that all commissioners make the same regardless if you're chair, vice chair, vice chair?
No.
Okay, so then I need to know then, so I understand then commissioners would then be at the lowest K band. What would the increase be for vice chair pro tem, vice chair, chair?
I'm going to yield to Commissioner Strips.
Yeah. So if there's consensus from my colleagues, the base pay for this budget year for commissioners be what I believe aligns with K 101, 33,155.20, with additional $1,000 for Vice Chair Pro Tem, 1.5 thousand additional for Vice Chair, and 2,000 additional for the Chair, just for this budget cycle. I'll chime in. So what we're discussing today is our 2025 budget. We do have to make a determination about commissioner's salary prior to the end of our term and cannot make additional changes after the end of the term, but we could have future discussion about future budgets in a later motion. We can do it at this time. If that's the board's prerogative. We can't set we have to set a specific amount. We can't say we'll give whatever raise the employees get because we don't know what that would be at this time. If I'm being confusing.
So a motion is on the floor though. So a motion. Okay. Okay. So we're still in discussion. All right. I mean, so do I take it back? Okay. All right.
So should we work on the motion and just bring it out on the floor at 7 o'clock?
I would like to suggest that. I think we
Okay.
can do that.
That way we
Thank
can
you.
have it in writing for the clerk as well. Okay. Vice Chair, you got something?
Yeah, just really quick. And I would also like to use all savings that is used for that for a fair director position. FYI. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, can we get that number and then we can do that? We can talk about that too. Administrator. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion around this page of administrator's recommendation? Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it just occurred to me that as we are putting money into the pot for a fair director, and we're not paying ourselves twice what the lowest paid employee is, we just had 2 people present those arguments tonight from the citizens' time, and we are responsive. So, and
I
maybe
think
this
we're
will get
pretty
Zach off our case.
I think we're pretty good at being responsive for the most part. Yeah, he'll find something else. Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for the feedback. And yeah, so we will work on that and bring that back to the 7 p.m. meeting for you all to consider. Because as you know, we do have a public hearing on the budget anyway. So we have plenty of opportunity to discuss further. So next slide, please, Dina. So on this slide, you'll see that we had some true up in the, you'll notice, so that number that I presented for the law enforcement fund was reduced from about 956,000 to 877,000. So some of those expenses from the law enforcement fund actually had to be shifted over to the general fund. So we moved that ISK position. We also had to do some true up in some of the K108 positions that we had for the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. And so those numbers were, almost roughly the same, but there's just some true up in the calculation there. So that's why they're in red, because they changed from the last presentation, but nothing too concerning there. Next slide, please, Dina. So then this law enforcement fund, as you can see, I misquoted. So the ISK position was originally there. We just did a true up. So you'll see in this law enforcement fund that there are 2, I'd say, items in particular that had to move to the general fund. So you'll see that the sheriff's continuation of the Freedom Consulting contract moved to a different fund. So that's why it says 0 now. And then you'll see the lab budget increases 0, but that's because we moved it. And so you'll see that in operational on the next slide. So, but these numbers again for these positions changed as we trued up the and aligned it to the 2025 K-band schedule, because we finally had the number. So you'll see that there are some slight adjustments there due to that fact. Please, yes.
I don't know when the appropriate time to bring it up. It's under like involving the juvenile home, not the overtime pay, but something else. Is this the category that I mean, it's been, again, because of my day job, I talk to different people. It's been pointed out to me that in the juvenile court system, they have indigent defense attorneys for juveniles dealing with, in probate court, dealing with abuse, neglect, and delinquency. And due to the low pay of these indigent attorneys, they can't get new ones. And the ones that are currently there are, as it was told to me, dropping like flies. I went through what I could and did not find the line item as to what was requested for that. But apparently it's either the request wasn't granted at all or was too low, but they would, I would appreciate it. And I know they would some additional funds for the indigent defense attorneys for the juveniles and probate court. And I don't know if that would come out of the law enforcement fund.
Well, Vice Chair has an answer while Kevin looks.
Basically we're a pass through. We get the money and then we give it to the indigent defense attorneys. Now there is some separation between the juvenile indigent defense and the adult indigent defense. But my idea was, and I probably should be giving this answer because I only know enough to be dangerous, but it's the money comes through to the state and then we dole it out to the indigent defense groups. Am I kind of close, Kevin? Or?
So yes, I mean, yeah. So in a way, yes, you were correct about adult juvenile or adult indigent defense. The juvenile indigent defense is actually handled by circuit court currently. And so, yes, I pulled up their new funding requests. So we were only able to satisfy or address so many new funding requests. This was their fourth priority. But yes, they did request $89,000. So currently, as Commissioner DeLu has pointed out, there's a sort of a conundrum that we're having and experiencing that the circuit court has to appoint court-appointed attorneys for juvenile proceedings, and their rate, I believe, is around $85 an hour. As you know, you're not really going to be able to get an attorney for $85 an hour, especially for cases like these. And so we're competing against other counties too, right? So these court-appointed attorneys are on various rosters, and so they're not going to pick Kalamazoo County when maybe Allegan County is offering $105 an hour or $120 an hour. So yes, that's why they did ask for funding. It was priority 4 within their budget. They had other new funding requests that were more of a priority for them. This is the time to talk about it, how we want to try to address that. Essentially, any funding that we give them on top of what they already received, they would obviously leverage that to increase the hourly rate for those court-appointed attorneys. So that is the request that they're asking for.
Commissioner DeLu.
And I didn't get a specific dollar amount. What kind of, do you have any idea what it would take to get where they want to be?
I'd have to check in with Court Administrator Kewish on that. I just know that currently we're paying $85 an hour. I believe they want to be competitive, so I know it would have to be over $100 an hour to at least even entice folks to want to contract with the county for those proceedings. But we can garner some more detail from Administrator Kewish and get back to the board for sure.
I guess just as long as this is on our plate, so to speak, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Shrews.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner DeLu, for lifting that up. And I've had similar dialogue in the community around this with attorneys who are no longer involved carrying these dockets, but did for many years. And the rate that we're offering right now has not increased in a substantial amount of time. And so it really is an area needed. These are, some of the most vulnerable people that interface with the court system, our youth who have experienced these type of abuse and neglect cases, and they really need somebody that will meet with them and walk them through the process and be their advocate. So we got to problem solve resources. I would suggest we start with just meeting with a request at 89, and then I think I've had invites or additional conversation about how to sort of structure over time, how to increase. And I think Chair will hear opportunity for some more dialogue around that with the courts.
Thank you, Commissioner. So when you say this was their fourth funding request, did we recommend funding for 1 through 3 or just 1?
So it appears that we addressed their number one priority, which was the new judicial aid and the clerk for the new judge. So that was $145,000. And then I believe that we also funded their number two priority for the support of a contracted quality assurance specialist, and that was $12,500. So yes, I see it there in the administrator's recommendation. So we were able to get their top two priorities there. And so, yeah, that's all we were able to address within that, knowing that, I mean, we still have prosecuting attorney, the sheriff's office, the animal services and enforcement, and then OCC as well. So there's a lot of departments that actually receive money out of that bucket. I can say too that this particular issue is nuanced in the sense that the state Michigan Indigent Defense Commission is proposing new legislation that will be considered probably even yet better part of next year during their sessions to have a juvenile indigent defense fall under the umbrella of the MIDC. And so if that happens, circuit court would then be out of the business of even appointing any sort of juvenile indigent defense attorneys. It would all be left up to actual county government, just how we operate adult indigent defense now. So we contract with KCDI currently for adults. We would then be responsible as the county to supply attorneys for juvenile proceedings as well, for indigent juvenile proceedings. So that's nuanced in that sense, and I believe it's speculation right now, but it was in the 2024-25 budget, but it ended up getting removed from the state's budget. But it's a discussion that's still on their radar. So if we do fund this now out of our budget, it'll likely be an expense that essentially goes away in that regard. So yeah, so I think there's work that we could do there. And an option that we could do is leverage carryover, so fund balance, to give them that funding now. So that's one way, or you increase one of the revenue projections. Maybe it's investment income to bump that up by that $90,000 to afford them that as well. So
Thank you. Any other questions?
I can make this one.
All right.
I would like to make a motion to direct administration to prepare in the next budget $90,000 of one-time revenue to one-time monies to be used for circuit court to pay juvenile and attorneys.
All right. This been supported. Any discussion? No discussion? All right. Do we need want to do a voice vote? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Kevin?
yeah, I forget, it keeps coming back to me. Sorry. Okay, so we're next slide, please, Dina. So this last slide, I believe, yes. Last slide, operational initiatives and then capital expenditures. So again, you have some positions in there that were trued up by finance to align with the 2025 K-band schedule. You'll see that we moved that sheriff's office continuation of FRIA consulting to this bucket, the lab budget increase to this bucket, and then another, like I said, a true up of some of those positions. So that leaves us with then capital expenditures, and that's that from that 8% property tax revenue projection, that's the 3% of that 8%. So that 1.9 million is there for capital expenditures. That way we start building up those balances, and I am confirming those, and I'll have those numbers to the board certainly way before the next meeting. We're just waiting to hear back from one of the accountants on that. And then next slide, please, Dina. So this discussion is one that we want to have, and then sort of start to garner some final feedback and direction on how we want to move forward with non-medical benefit enhancements. So one of them is aligning retiree vision and dental insurance with our benefits with our active employees. And so that way HR doesn't have to maintain a bifurcated system with regard to retirees and active employees. They can all just be the same. So out of the employee benefits fund, that would be an increase of $14,000. In terms of efficiency, it makes sense to us to recommend that, the board approve that. Again, the design plan committee did not recommend reinstating longevity pay. One of the things that the design plan committee did recommend was affording paid FML for parental leave. And so we've been hearing dialogue from the board. I believe that the plan design committee recommended 8 weeks, but we've heard that the board may want to consider 12 weeks. So we just need to, kind of drill down on if it's 8 or 12 weeks or somewhere in between. Cashing out the annual leave once per year. And again, this is what I kind of refer to as, while you don't have longevity pay, this would be something that more senior tenured employees would be able to take advantage of, which would equate to a longevity pay payment if they were to take advantage of this. That's an increase of about $428,000 if all of those employees would take advantage of it. We kind of use worst case scenario. There are employees that say, I'm actually going to take my vacation. So then obviously that number would go down. So, but that would be the worst case scenario. I know there's a lot of discussion on the Rule of 80 implementation, so we can talk about that. Paid bereavement leave. I know that I've heard some feedback that there's some dialogue that, possibly entertaining, I believe it was 8 times 3. So it was 24 hours. So it'd be 3 days instead of I believe we were, plan design committee recommended 40, but I've heard 24 hours. So that would equate to 3 days instead of 5 days. So if there's dialogue on that, if we just kind of need to know on that. And then number 6 there was increase the frozen leave, sick leave payout from 50 to 75%. Plan design committee said 50% instead of 75%, and then pay that out to get that off of our liability off our books. I see that Commissioner Morales has a question.
Thank you, Chair. So what is I thought bereavement was typically 3 days already. So, and we were pushing for 40.
So yeah, so I'll clarify. So bereavement leave in this sense is, if you recall, we actually don't have a current leave code for bereavement. So we afford bereavement leave, but the employee has to utilize their annual leave. So yeah, this bereavement leave will actually establish a new leave code and then afford them those hours. So they would actually have 3 days so they're not using their annual leave.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, that's a great question. Yep, great question, Commissioner. So oh, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. When are we, we're talking that the Rule of 80 is pending. Don't we need to know this before we pass our budget? I'm just asking for a friend.
Yes, so no, it's a great question, Vice Chair Pro Tem. So when the board would like to implement it. So all of the work has been done with pension council, with our HR department. So policy has already been drafted. We just need to know if the board would like to move forward with implementing Rule of 80 so that we can roll it out starting January 1, 2025.
I would, on this board, I would strongly encourage this board to implement this starting January 1st. I think it allows incredible opportunity. It gives employees one more factor in their decision-making process and one of the toughest decisions of their life when they retire, and it affords them, it gives employees another decision that they can make, another option for them. So, and I think it helps structurally the long term of the county as well. So I'm in favor of it immediately, or January 1st.
Commissioner Mazer.
And I agree completely. I think January 1st would be very important.
Commissioner DeLu.
Just need to voice my strong support for this, especially earlier today, we talked about retention of employees. And I know it's weird saying we're talking about retirement and retaining people, but an employee comes to work, as long as there's light at the end of the tunnel, they're going to be, the morale's going to be better. They're going to be more productive because they know they have an end date. Not every, but they don't have to. They can work here till they're 65. It's a good program. It's not overly generous because if you start at the age of 25, you're still going to be here 28 years to reach this rule of 80. So I'm really a strong proponent of this program.
All right, Administrator, you can finish.
Thank you, Chair. No, this is the discussion that we need, honestly. Yeah. So before I move on to the next slide, what I want to do is just pause here to, if we can start to, I guess, garner some direction and desire from the board on, I'd say this retiree vision and dental increase. Do we have a consensus to put that in the budget? I'm not seeing any. Yeah, just kind of like, yeah, that way I can, okay. The parental leave, are we looking at 8 weeks or 12 weeks? So that 12 weeks, perfect. All right, so we've got that. So we have 12 weeks paid parental leave. The cashing out of annual leave once per year, that's just just if we want to have that benefit enhancement. Okay, not seeing any objection to that. Rule of 80, I think we've heard a resounding yes on that. Paid bereavement leave, do we want to do 24 hours?
I will do. I won't say.
Well, I will. I think 40 is a bit much. I'm in support of the 24, but if everybody is, or if more folks are in favor of the 40, I can say yes, I guess. 24. Commissioner?
So I'm just thinking of our state of mental health right now and the work as we see, surrounding, if we think about gun violence, I've seen funerals held out a month because people are trying to get themselves together. To have 3 days bereavement, I mean, the first day you're in shock, the second day you're trying to figure it out, and by the third day you're just all over the place. So giving someone a week to digest, to get the funeral set, and then come back with, I won't say a straight mind, but at least they don't feel rushed during this process. I'm not going to worry about if somebody's abusing this. That's between them and God, right? But I think 40 out, we got to step out this old playbook of 3 days, whatever those days are. I guess it slipped my mind that we didn't even have a policy in place because I would have never agreed to someone having to use their own personal time for bereavement. I think that's not fair. But for me, 40 hours, that's what I would be in support in, especially with all the mental health things we deal with in today's society. Thank you.
Commissioner Gissler? I don't know why I always have to read your name tag.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I always have to read your name tag. I don't know why. I know your name.
Oh. That's going to really mess you up, isn't it? Yeah, I think 3 days of bereavement is ample, and if you need more than that, find it somewhere else in your time off listing. I don't agree with a whole week. That's excess, I think. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler, I'm so sorry. I know y'all name, I promise. Commissioner Wheeler and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I think the 40 hours is the way to go. Somebody passing away from your family, whether it's expected or not, is a lot to deal with, let alone, God forbid, have it be somebody's child. Giving somebody 3 days, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. They should be able to take the time that they need. So I'm in favor of the 40 hours. 3 days is not enough.
Vice Chair Pro Tem. And then just for clarification, we're not like, hey, you only get 3 days. You can take as much time as you need if you have sick time available, correct? Yeah, your time that I feel like it's extremely generous. Folks are in here with 320 hours cashing out 80. Like, that's a lot. Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I concur with what you're saying. I think 24 is sufficient. There, we have a number of other things available if they need more time. As far as that goes, I think that 3 days is sufficient. That's what I think pretty much the standard is, but I think 3 days is sufficient.
Commissioner Strabs and then Commissioner, did you already speak on this? I'm sorry. Commissioner Strabs first and then Commissioner Mazer. I'm sorry. And then Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think I lifted up before, you know, I worked for many years in a nonprofit sector, you know, that didn't have a lot of resources to pay strong wages for employees. But what they did is they looked out for people at some of the most painful and vulnerable time in their life. And if you needed 5 days, you know, to grieve someone that you love, they found the money for it. It doesn't cost us that much to do this, but it speaks a lot about our compassion to our employees. We spent decades funding buildings and big projects, and we being more generous with wages and benefits. Yeah, and we should be. So I really hope that we can support 40 hours for people. They're hurting, you know, probably the most they will in their lives during this time. Cut them a couple extra dollars to breathe.
I'd be fine with the 24 also.
You already spoke, right? So have you, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Gissler and then Commissioner
Yes,
Mazer.
I'd like to vote to leave it where it is. Is it 3 days now?
0 now.
0? Oh,
Yeah, so I think.
well, three sounds good to me, but beyond that, I'd like to show some compassion for the taxpayers.
Commissioner Wheeler. Wait, Administrator, go ahead, because he's gonna say
Yes.
there's no cost to the taxpayer.
So I guess here, I guess this is nuanced in the sense I want to provide you all with the clear language from the policy. So currently by policy, bereavement leave is extended. However, employees have to use their annual leave to be compensated, right? But it's up to 5 consecutive days. So right now, policy, we give the employee 5 days. So that's 40 hours that they have to use their annual leave for. So with this bereavement leave, again, it would be affording a new leave code for them to have another balance instead of using their annual leave. But currently by policy, we do afford 5 days, 5 consecutive days off.
Were you first? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also lift up talking about our lowest employees, our newest employees who may not have accrued hours to use for bereavement or as many. And so this would also help them out so that they could take their time versus having to expend every single last hour that they have to do other things because they're human beings.
All right, so show of hands, 24, and then we'll do a show of hands for 40 so we can move on. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now 40.
I'm looking for 32.
1, 2, 3.
I'll
All
go
right.
with 40.
So it's 4 and 4. Okay, so 40. Now we can move on. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 40 for paid bereavement leave, and then this last one, so employee priority number 6. So this is talking about the sick leave payout. So currently, if employees even have it, usually it's the more senior employees that have this balance that had accrued and grandfathered in. We pay that out at 50%. What this would do is that we would we would endeavor to pay out all sick leave, regardless if the employee is separating from county government or not, one time in October of 2025. And so it would cost the employee benefits fund $1.1 million, but it would get it off the liability off our books essentially. So, so just trying to get consensus on that so we can move forward with that. Okay, so we'll plug that in. Next slide, please, Dina. Okay, and then so our next slide here. So let's talk about some of these. So we have at least the ones that are recommended by the Plan Design Committee. So really on this page, it's just the tuition reimbursement. And so that would be an increase in employee benefits fund if the employees took advantage of this, would be about $65,840. This would also open up a policy to allow for all tuition and fees and certification programs that pertain to their specific job. So some examples are like some IT certification, Cisco, things like that. So that's what that would do. So general consensus on that. And then I believe, I know we've kind of talked about that before. It sounded like most everyone was on board. Okay. The last one on here that I did want to talk about, and I think that we can continue the discussion. There are just some complications with TriShare currently from the state moving to a new vendor, which is United Way, the state-wide United Way, and sort of the level of, I would say, involvement that now county staff have to have within the process. When we got involved in TriShare, the state contracted with the vendor that did a lot of the work. So what that vendor would do was collect the employee share and then distribute that out to the to their daycare provider. Our share from the employer side was sent direct to the vendor. Now the state changed that kind of program, and they've contracted with United Way. And so what that does, what United Way is essentially wanting us to do is do all of that work that the vendor was doing. And so that would entail collecting the employee share through payroll deduction and then remitting both the employer share and the employee share directly to, is it the United Way then at that point? Yeah, so to the United Way. And so it forces us to do all of that work. And HR doesn't even, barely has the capacity, like I said, to keep up with payroll as it is. And so, and as you know, and it's nuanced in the sense, right, that childcare for some employees changes from possibly even week to week. So now we're dealing with, we really can't set up a recurring draw from, from an employee's check if their child didn't attend daycare that week, and now perhaps their daycare bill was instead of it being possibly $900 that week, it would have been $750. Well, now we have to turn back around and reimburse that that employee the funding. So it gets pretty laborious. And so Deputy Administrator Cole has been working with the vendor that the state used to contract with to see if they can kind of take on that duty separately, so that way because they already know the process. And so I think that right now the reason why it's no is because we need to ensure that we have that process worked out so that it's efficient and effective, because we don't want to implement something where then employees are frustrated that we've taken out too much money out of their check when we shouldn't have, and things like that. So we're working very hard on that. We actually were able to receive an extension. They wanted this program shifted over by August. So they were giving us a month notice on this. And so they gave us to the end of the year to work things out with internally and with a potential vendor contract that we'll bring back to the board. So happy to take questions on that.
This is probably a comment for Deputy Director Cole. I think this is a tremendous, it sounds like a challenge, but I think it's a tremendous opportunity if we look at it in a way that we were following the state's rules and you had to be, like there weren't a whole lot of employees that qualified, because you'd have to be a family of so many. You'd have to be basically at the poverty line in order to qualify for the state's 1/3. I think that we can use this program with the past vendor. Opportunities of talking with both the city of Portage and possibly the city of Kalamazoo as well, of looking at a program for all of our employees to help with childcare. I think that would really help with getting some of the best and employees to come work in Kalamazoo County if they know a portion of their childcare is paid for by the county. I think it sends a good message. And quite frankly, we were following the state's rules because we had to for that 25% or 23% or whatever it was. If we partner with some of these, there's 60%. If we partner with some of these other municipalities, I think we can do this ourselves, specifically with the previous vendor that we had. I think this is an opportunity to really be a bright, shining star across the state. I really do.
Certainly agreed. So we will certainly circle back to this. This is on our radar, and it's something that we will keep the board informed on because the employee benefits fund, there's funding there to address this sort of benefit enhancement, but we just want to make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, to offer this enhancement and not have it be a detriment to the employee that may be struggling to already afford health care or child care rather. So that's all we have on this slide to share. We will certainly, as we go on to the 2026 budget process, get the board involved in the benefit plan design committee. As you all know, we have that noted, and we'll ensure that you all are involved in that moving forward as well. So, so we just have one more slide, and then that's it. So this last slide are additional considerations, and we work pretty fast here, so I will shift down momentarily to the fair coordinator position because I was able to work with our finance director and calculate the savings for the commissioner wages. So that position, we said, fair coordinator, and I don't even know what this would come out to be in terms of a pay grade, right? So we just plugged in a number of 100,000. The position is not currently evaluated on, within the Siegel program that we have. So it's something that we'll have to have Parks work on and have it pointed correctly. So that's why we put the $100,000 number, because typically, for the most part, every position is about $100,000 for entry level. And that's with all of the fringe benefits and such. So so the savings on the commissioner's wages, if we move to the model by which we use the lowest K band, so the commissioners will be at $31,866. Vice Chair Pro Tem would be at $32,886. The Vice Chair would be at $33,386. And then the chair would be at $33,886. They all almost sound the same. So it's very, it's a lot of threes and eights. So nonetheless, using those numbers and then subtracting that from the 40,000 and up mark, it's a savings to the general fund of basically $80,000. It's $80,223. I believe that would give us just about enough money to address the fair coordinator if that is the desire of the board. So we could, obviously make that happen with that savings if that's what the board wanted to do with that savings. The other considerations, we heard about the RX Kids program funding request. We had YWCA request reproductive health fund funding for their program. We've heard a lobbyist, potential lobbyist request, an amount of $66,000. There's Make My Home programming support, and that's from Southwest Michigan First and Discover Kalamazoo. If you recall, we actually had that on our board agenda to match that grant if they were awarded. They weren't awarded the funding, but they're still asking if they could leverage some of the county's funding to address some of the tasks associated with that grant for essentially keeping college students in the county, have them reside in the county. There was a renewed request, and this was actually originally submitted through ARPA, but from KVCC for an advanced technology wing renovation and automotive technology wing addition. Then we had an employer assisted housing And the caveat to this is that I have a correction. This would be this is a general fund request, but the housing millage would match it. So if the general fund put in 50,000, housing millage would match it 50,000. So it's actually 100,000. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then that last one on there, we've already addressed. I don't know why I put it on there, but it's on there anyway, as a reminder that we've just had that pre-approved. So nonetheless, so we can discuss these and then see if there's any desire to move around funding within our budget or use some of that one-time funding that I mentioned on that slide under the managing fund balance. So slide 14, I don't think you have page numbers, but recall that we have either, if you use the 25% ratio, we have 1.1 million one-time funding, or we have 3.4 million if you use the 20% ratio fund balance policy. So I'll leave it up to the board and then we can discuss further.
Thank you, Administrator. So I think before we start considering which one of these we want to fund, we have to have the discussion of the fund balance policy. Do we want to do the 20% or the 25%? Kind of garner some consensus around that and then kind of go from there. So Commissioner Jalou.
Can we split it right down the middle?
That's what you like to recommend. Any others? The elders have spoke. We got to move y'all around now. Vice Chair.
I will just say that I feel comfortable at the 25%. That being said, as much as I push for us to spend, could be on I don't want us to go too crazy on the other side. But that being said, some of these one-time monies that are earmarked, I think we could adjust it. For instance, one of the things that is not on here that I would like to see, instead of the Kale landfill money earmarked for, I don't see the city of the village or township of Oshtemo, Portage, Kalamazoo. They're not budgeting money for a future litigation that's coming. We've capped and replaced that. That's no longer super. I think we're done with that issue. I'd rather see those dollars be earmarked into site remediation. Working with Southwest Michigan First, working with some of the organizations in town to how are we going to attract good jobs that are going to be high paying jobs, not low tech manufacturing, but the high tech manufacturing jobs. 9 times out of 10, when a company's looking to locate, they're looking at the timeline, not necessarily the cost of renovating the property or what their future TIF is going to be or what their tax incentives are going to be. How quickly can they build and get operational and running? Because time is more valuable to them than most. And if you have a site ready and you're one of these local municipalities that are participating in these site readiness programs, you have a leg up on a competition than a lot of these other, and we're competing nationally. We've got the MEDC that does not have the firepower that a lot of these other states do. And so we have to be creative as locals to try to figure out ways that we can be competitive in this. And I think site remediation dollars is the best bang for your buck on that with the Kale landfill one-time money. Going through these one by one, I guess. I'll wait to do that. But I am glad that we're doing something with the fair coordinator position. I think that's going to make a lot of sense long term.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I like Commissioner Delu's idea of kind of going in between. If I did my math correctly, it's about 1.4 for all of this minus the fair coordinator. And if we did like 22.5% instead, we could still fund all of this and still have a little bit left over. So we're not necessarily squeezing ourselves too tight. So I would be happy with doing 22 or 22.5.
Yes, this doesn't apply to anything in particular on this list, but I have, since I was first elected way back when, felt that it's inappropriate for the county commission to put money into the hands of nonprofits. If the citizens want to write checks, that's wonderful. But I think to take some of our taxpayers' money and allocate it to nonprofit organizations, I think is inappropriate. And I include in that Southwest Michigan First. You know, if they need money, let them raise some. I'll be happy to write a check. Not for the whole thing.
I was gonna say 50K.
I knew where you were going on that one.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Morales and then Vice Chair.
So I just want to make a point that a lot of our money goes to nonprofits, and even when we look at our opioid settlements, they wouldn't get money if we went that route. So just keeping that in mind. Also, I wish we could fund all of these, recommendations. I would be in favor of taking care of Howland first. So we had someone with County Recs saying that they need this fair coordinator position. So I would, oh, it's not on? Oh, listen, folks, this over 40 and sweating is real. Thank you, Chair Ray, for the fans. I was over here feeling real good. Okay, sorry. Whew, it's hot over here. Okay, my apologies. I don't know what y'all didn't hear. I just want to make clear that we fund a whole lot of nonprofit organizations, and that would cut. We would have more money if we didn't. Secondly, since we are striving to take care of home first, we heard from Parks and Recs that we needed this fair coordinator, and I would look to take care of in-home first. And then as we solidify whatever that K-band is going to look like, then we can go on to Commissioner DeLue's point and split everything else in half. I would be in favor of that.
So just for clarification, what he's talking about meeting in the middle is the fund balance policy between the 20 and the 25%, so 22.5, and not like splitting these allocations 50%.
So my main concern is taking care of the fairground coordinator, and whatever the masses want to do after we solidify that position, I'm in support with.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Strebs and then Commissioner DeLue.
Thank you, Chair. I was more comfortable at 25 also, but I am willing to come back from that to 22.5, so we can have greater impact. I would like to recognize, we have a lot of programs and services and initiatives that really address around issues that extend from poverty, gun violence, housing crisis, lead abatement, et cetera, et cetera. So we can tackle poverty through supports and programs and services. And the other way to tackle that is to raise wages and bring in economic growth and development. And so, when you think about what does government do, we build infrastructure, and it's one of the successes nationally that has occurred. And so when we think about site plan remediation, we have a huge infrastructure project coming into the community where we're going to have the 131 interchange and really reconnect or finally connect major arteries of commerce. And so thinking about taking some of our resources and investing in what do we do in some of the dead industrial zoned properties, can we create infrastructure support there so that when enterprises are really looking like, where do we want to build high-tech manufacturing with these great paying jobs, that they come here and that our residents have the opportunity to compete for those jobs. That's the other way that we tackle, the quality of life in the community. So I think that is a priority. I would also, as lifted up by Vice Chair, reallocating some of that KL landfill resourcing to that initiative. RX Kids programming and reproductive health fund as well. We need to support our fair coordinator. And I don't know if I am understanding the lobbyist. I know I had dialogue with Vice Chair about potential collaboration with some other local units about how to advance most effective lobbying strategy. And is this amount of funding what would be needed for that? We need less than, what do you think there, Vice Chair, if I may, Chair?
I think that 66, you're at 55 and a half. That's in the high side. But really, you could probably lower to 6 grand or something like a small amount like that. It doesn't need to be 66. But I really think if you're looking for the lobbyist position, you Kevin has to sit down with Pat, and he has to sit down with the manager of the city of Kalamazoo, along with the board leadership. And we need to come up with a comprehensive strategy that the big three, the Kalamazoo County, the city of Kalamazoo, and the city of Portage are working collaboratively together on the same plan for lobbyists. Because how we get our resources from Lansing, we will fight a lot better if we're fighting together.
And one more, that is not advanced here, but I've heard this in a couple of budget cycles now, is that we don't have a dedicated grant writer within the organization, and that's a real need. There are resources that we cannot go after without somebody really dedicated to being responsive to those requests. So it is an expense we need to make, but with a payoff of the opportunity to increase our revenues. So I would like to see us strategize a way to fund a grant writer.
Commissioner Mason, and then Commissioner Gisler.
Okay, I'd like to address the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Adrian, thank you for the information tonight. It kind of touched a little bit on what I was wondering about, and I checked with you earlier today. I'd like to request more information on specifics if I could. And so I'd like to get a comprehensive report of where all the money has gone. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, with the lobbyist position on this list, I took the liberty of sending a text. And yes, I did it during commission hours, Zach. I know you got a thing about that. To Brant Iden, an ex-county commissioner here and a state representative. And he said first of all, I was surprised that his cell phone was still the same. That's an old number. And he got right back to me and gave me the name of a couple of firms and said, you know, these should not be politically sensitive at all. These are just first-rate lobbying firms. But I totally support what John just said about us doing this as a joint effort with the city of Kalamazoo and the city of Portage. I think to have three people involved or three entities is far superior to us plunging out on our own or the other two plunging out on their own. So thank you.
I just have a question for Chair Ray. The very first request is $1 million, which is a lot for the RX Kids program funding. Is this a totally new program, or is this something, I guess, what is it and where is it coming from?
So I know my name is there, but it's only there because I said, let's make sure we add that to the list because it came in front of the board. But yes, this is a very new program. The information I will share tonight during public comment is like the extent of what I know about the program as well, outside of like a press release. So yeah, it's a new program.
And does all the funding come from the county then? Or is
No.
this just part?
The state has given funding, Kalamazoo Community Foundation and the city of Kalamazoo.
Okay, is this the individual I was talking about, the births?
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now I understand.
Commissioner, okay, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, then Commissioner Gisler, then Commissioner Mazer.
Thank you, Chair. I too was quite, I'd been doing a little bit of checking on this, and according to what we're hearing is that they need to raise like $10 million. My only big concern is that this only takes care of the city of Kalamazoo, does not take care of Portage or the rest of the county. And using county tax dollars for only one entity concerns me a little bit. I'd like to see this expand to the county, and obviously they're just getting started, so that may be something they could do, you know, because we want to help people who need help in that first year and getting a child started and raised. I think that's a good thing. I like the lobbyist position idea. I think Vice Chair has hit upon something that we've talked about in the past, but I think it would be great if we can collaborate with Portage and the city and maybe leverage a little more help from the state to enhance the growth that this county is providing to the community for good jobs. Obviously, I'm very strong on the county fair program. I'm interested also in seeing what we can do to help the college with a technology wing. I think that creates good paying jobs and trains young people that would come to the area. And with the coordination of all these things, would make a huge difference in maybe people staying and working here and supporting our community. Thank you.
You're up.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just because what Jeff just said, I guess I would like to think a little bit harder about putting more of our money into, even if it's a worthwhile program at KVCC. If you look at your tax bills, you're going to find out we pay substantial money to KVCC already. And if they can't handle a very dire need, if it exists that way for tech support or tech curricula, then I'm not sure we need to step in and pick up the difference. I haven't looked at my total tax bill by segment for a while. I probably should do that, but I remember KVCC was one of the bigger numbers on there. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer, then Vice.
Okay, I share the concern about the RX Kids program just being limited to the city of Kalamazoo. So
First, I forgot to address Commissioner Gisler's comment about the private entity. The site renovation is matching for a grant fund from the state. The state puts in so much money and they ask the local jurisdiction, whether it's a local city or a local county or a township, and we put it at its match. It's facilitated by Southwest Michigan First. They get all the grants and they do all the writing and stuff. We're not really giving them money. They're just doing their job, trying to get two people to work together basically so that they could leverage their money into the site remediation stuff. So that was on that one. Going through this, the budget and the one-time funding requests, I think, while tied closely together, are separate animals. And the RX Kids program funding, I would like to do it. I'm going to need more information specifically on how we can get it outside of just the Kalamazoo. But I'm not prepared to say yes or no at this time to that one. The YWCA Reproductive Health Fund, I'm prepared to say yes, provided they sign the same thing that they signed last time, that we're not in violation of the Hyde Amendment. Lobbyists, the same thing, fair coordinator, Make Michigan programming support. That's a bit of a stretch. If they didn't get the grant from the state, I don't know why we're giving them the $50,000. I mean, what if it would cost $100,000 to run the program and they were going to get 50 from the state and 50 from us? Is the program still going to be worthwhile endeavor at 50,000? I don't know the answer to that. The advanced technology wing renovation, I'm going to need more information, as Commissioner Gisler said on that. Employer assisted housing, I'm in favor of that. I think we should do that. I think it's another good thing we can do for our employees. And we already did the 65 dental, but that's how I feel on those ones. But the RX Kids program funding is a big one for me because it's a big investment. And I don't think we should say no. I think we should have them in here for another opportunity, another presentation, and we should have our questions ready and we should ask them. I'll be honest with you, when they came up, I had a lot of questions, and after they got done presenting to us, I had more when I thought about it. I am with agreement with what other comments were said. I really am uncomfortable with it just being the city of Kalamazoo. I'd like to get more of a reason why and how do we expand that to countywide. If it was countywide, I'd be all in, even if it was a bigger number. But that's my reservation.
Any other comments? What do you need from us, Administrator?
Yeah, I was gonna say just really quick, I just have just two quick comments on RX Kids. Just remember as a body here that RX Kids really aligns with HCS's work with infant mortality rates and that sort of thing. And so I think that we can bring back some data to help sort of illustrate where those infant mortality issues are occurring within the county, and I think that'll help guide you all and make an informed decision there. And then, secondly, on the fair coordinator position, I want to just clarify that it is not the actual Parks and Expo Center department that is advocating for the position, but rather individuals on the fair council. So we do have Director Rakowitz here if you want to hear more about the history of county fair. So we have him as a resource, but I just wanted to clarify that if desired by the board, if you want to hear that.
Thank you. Just a quick question. It was brought up about a grant writer that we don't particularly have that here. I know that we do apply for a lot of grants. So I'm guessing that that's done by departments, by yourself, by everybody on the planet. And if that was to be possibly brought up as a priority or a goal of this county or this commission, would that be something that we could fund somewhere in here or somehow? Just asking for my friend.
I love your friend, so this is good. No, so Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, I think that we can take that back and rework some numbers here and bring back a proposal to the board. If we're talking a centralized grant coordinator position, we'll see internally where that should be placed, but I would recommend it probably be placed within the administrator's office. So let me look at some models out there, and I think it does make sense. There are a lot of grants that come up. There's a lot of compliance. It makes sense to have begin creating a centralized grant, position department. I don't want to call it a department yet, but let's just call it a position for now. And then they start working with our partners in the county as well as potential lobbyists if that. So yeah, let us go back and where we work some numbers here. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Administrator. So can you kind of sum up what you heard and then tell us what you need from us, because I don't feel like we have given you what you need.
So this is what I've heard. Currently for RX Kids, like I said, I think we'll come back with some data, and we'll have that before the 15th to you all. So just we'll send that out. That's simple. That way you all can make an informed decision and learn more. So we'll send out program details plus our HCS data. The YWCA Reproductive Health Fund, I heard Commissioner Mazer wanted some data and requested that from YWCA. I haven't heard a lot of direction on that yet. We are still currently working on their contract for 2024 funding. As you recall, we did allocate LATCF funding, which is it's essentially ARPA funding for their program for 2024. But what they're asking for is 2025 funding. But we can wait to hear back from that. And again, that would be leveraging then a one-time fund balance funding for that anyway. So that's fairly simple. The lobbyist, we'll go back and rework some numbers to bake that in with a grant writer. It sounds like we would like to entertain the lobbyist, but we also know that it doesn't make any sense maybe to have a lobbyist without a grant writer, because the lobbyist will search for grants and then we're not able to have the capacity to write. So that makes sense. So we'll go back and bake that in. Fair coordinator, we're utilizing the savings operationally from the commissioner salaries reduction. So I think we can get that baked in. So I have finance director working on that now. The Make My Home programming support, I don't know if I have, I don't recall hearing consensus on that per se. Okay. So the advanced technology wing renovation for KVCC, it seemed like sort of split on that, but I think for the most part, they're so we can bring that. We'll have it on the radar and bring it back up because on the 15th, again, that would be utilizing one-time funding. So we have time to, and I do have their narrative, their request that I can send out to the board too, just so you can see what they're asking for and why. So I can send that out. And then employer-assisted housing, it sounds like we want to try to bake that in too, because we know we'd be leveraging a match from the housing millage. So it would actually be 100,000, but 50,000 general fund, 50,000 housing millage. So so that's why I've heard, and I hope that's accurate based on discussion.
It's accurate. There are some folks who didn't comment to kind of help with the consensus. Anyone want to comment that haven't on some of these considerations? No. All right, I can share mine. So for the ARCS kids, I like more information as well. I am in support of it, although I probably can't vote for it. I won't vote for it, but I do support it. Even if we don't support it at $1 million, I think that we should absolutely support the ARCS kids program. Also in support of the reproductive health fund for the YWCA, although I'll abstain from voting. All the other things that you've already said, the lobbyist, the grant writer, yes, the fair coordinator, the KVCC one, I can support it. I guess my only apprehension would be I don't want to see a lot of renewed requests from ARPA funding because we gave out a lot of funding for ARPA, and I don't want to see everybody coming back like, can we get this funded again? But other than that, I don't see a problem with us funding that. And also in support of the employer assisted housing program. So, Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So in support, if we do go with KVCC, obviously I'll abstain from that vote, but they did not get ARPA funding, just to be clear, that first round. I think this is just a revisit of that conversation of the first initial proposal that they made. And when we think of millages, you have some, but they may be able to update you on where KVCC funding is going. I think, if I could, it would be in alignment with that support of what KRESA is doing when we think of tax, because they got a hefty price on our taxes too. As they go to advanced training after college, which is in alignment with what the state is directing us to do, with at least having someone with some type of certificate by 2030, if you will. So I am also in support of RX Kids. I would like it to see it go county, but just as with any other program, for example, when we think of community homeworks, they started in the city first, and then after they gained much support, they were able to venture out countywide. So I think giving this program a chance to get started, and maybe it starts in the city and we can go more. So I would support that. And then I said Valley, I lost my screen. So yeah, those are my sentiments. I'm sorry, the reproductive health. Sorry, I do, excuse me, I do support reproductive health care to the YWCA, especially with the state of, I would say, extreme emergency that women are in the United States right now surrounding women's health and the services that in some states are offered and others are not, that are detrimental. We see women dying every day because they don't get the care that they need when it comes to our reproductive health. So I would be in high support of that as well.
Just really quick, as you're digging through that, Administrator, strategic issues, contingencies, and restricted reserve. That is the 3 areas I think you could trim to find those.
All right. I don't see any other comments. All right. Administrator, are we wrapping this discussion up?
Absolutely, we're all set. Thank you so much.
No, we got one more thing.
Where you going, Vice Chair? She did not say without objection.
No, we got something else. We just have a proclamation declaring October 24th as keeping the lights on after school day. So we just need consensus on moving that to our next agenda.
Yes.
All right. Looks like we have consensus for that. Do we have a closed session? All right, so if there's nothing further, without objection, we are adjourned. I like to say adjourn. All right, we are going to call to order the regular Board of Commissioners meeting for October 1st, 2024. Vice Chair Taylor is going to give the invocation and reflection.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us, and grant us the wisdom to act in the best interest of our community and our fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Finally, watch over the women and men who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you so much. Item number 4, proclamations. There are none. Item number 5, communications. We have one, an email from Dave stating the proposed commissioner's pay increase is unreasonable. Thank you, Dave. Are there any commissioners who like to share communications? Okay, seeing none. Item number 6, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the September 17th Committee of the Whole, closed session, and regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the minutes are approved. Item number 7, approval of the agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Please.
Non-consent agenda, or are you not?
I'm happy to if you'd like to speak then.
Yeah, I'd like to speak then.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
no problem, Director Baltimore. Are there any other members who wish to make public comment?
Hi, Andrea McCubbin from Galesburg, Michigan. I just want to thank you for the consideration and the discussion on the fair coordinator. I think it's really important to our county to help showcase those grounds, showcase that beautiful expo building, and also support our youth of Kalamazoo County. So I really, really appreciate that very much. And I do have bylaws for the Fair Council if anyone would like a copy later. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, we will look to those online. I do not see any hands raised. All right, so we will move right along to item number 9, consent agenda. Vice Chair, will you take us through it?
Sure, gladly. Under administration, we have a request for approval and signature for professional service contract with Eckert Wardell to perform the 2025 facilities master plan. Airport, request for approval of position change, airport administrative assistant. Under Board of Commissioners, we have a request for approval to grant acceptance and agreement between the County of Kalamazoo and the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, MIDC, and 2, authorize the county administrator controller to sign the agreement in e-grams. Request for review and approval of marketing and outreach for Michigan Regional Outreach Awareness and Recognition, Michigan Works. Request for and review and approval of fiscal year 2024 Going Pro Talent Fund Program Administration, ELC, Michigan Works. Request for approval of appointments to the Kalamazoo County Local Emergency Planning Committee. Request for approval to accept Attachment B, Schedule of Bodies. Request for approval of appointments to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission Committee. Finance, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Request for approval of various budget adjustments, transfers, and position elimination and creation, housekeeping. Health and Community Service, request for approval of fiscal year 2024 Comprehensive Agreement Amendment Number 4, 202-402-27-04, and 2, Health Office Director to electronically sign agreement and e-grams on the county's behalf. Request for approval of MDHHS fiscal year 25 comprehensive agreement number 202-539-00 and 2, Health Officer Director to electronically sign an e-grams on the county's behalf. Request for approval of position continuation for Veteran Service Office funded from the Veterans Millage. Request for approval of a grant agreement with the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, Eagle, and 2, for Health Officer to electronically sign agreement on county's behalf. Request for approval and signature of an equipment removal agreement, and 2, a new lease agreement with Ryco USA through the State of Michigan Master Contract. Request for approval of continuation with the Environmental Health Division Laboratory. Request for a resolution to remove a deputy medical examiner and appoint a deputy medical examiner. Under Treasurer, request for approval to enter into a contract for accommodations tax software GovOS. I move that all items be voted on at one time and be considered by as a consent agenda by the board.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please? Good job, John.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. Just moving along, we have item number 10, unfinished business and general orders. We have none. Next is item number 11, new business. We have item number 2024-1086, a request for approval and signature of a purchase and sale agreement with Sophia Hospitality LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved. Support.
Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? Vice Chair?
This is a big deal. A lot of the time we've got, people here to report on commissioner salaries of, whether or not we, tens of thousands of dollars. And this is millions of dollars that not only are we doing in Kalamazoo County, but we're partnering with 2 great municipalities in the city of Portage and the city of Kalamazoo to work together to address some serious problems that are facing our community. And this is a big deal. And all too often we kind of just pass stuff like this on consent agenda that has hundreds of jobs or millions of dollars that affect this community. But I think we need to take a round of praise for ourselves and for the city of Portage and the city of Kalamazoo for working together to get this done. But this is a big deal.
I agree, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I agree. And I think this is a huge step, and it's going to help a lot of people that are going to need help at this time. It's a great way to collaborate with our neighboring or with our community in trying to help some folks and bring something to fruition. I thank our administration, Mary's office, for all the hard work in getting this thing put together, and our collaboration with Portage and the city of Kalamazoo to help our citizens.
Commissioner Strebs?
Thank you, Chair. There's times to reflect when we take action. about the impacts that they have. And I'll share briefly, you know, over the weekend, I was with my daughter. We were doing voter registration work in the park for most of the day. And there was a family there, homeless, a large family, and their extended friends, and 3 young children in that group, all about my daughter's age. And they spent, I'm a tender heart, so pardon me. They spent 4 hours in the park together, playing and laughing, and to know at night, those little people didn't know a safe place that they would sleep. The impact that that has on their future trajectory and on the type of community that we have. We have a choice in front of us. This commission had a choice. We had an excellent idea brought forward by our housing director and Willa, by Mary and Willa. They came to us and they said, you know, there's a gap in this community that we know you see, and we have a way to solve it. And some of us challenged us to be bold enough to commit enough resources to actually make it happen. And that's not always easy to do. Sometimes people say, it's going to hurt values, or it's going to be problems, and will it be perfect? It will not. But we will do our darndest to manage it professionally and effectively, and we're going to collaborate, and we're going to make a real difference. And I won't have to look at my daughter and say, we didn't do anything about the problem, right? So my commissioners, my colleagues, City of Portage, City of Kalamazoo, man, do we get it right sometimes. And this is it. So let's celebrate that. And, you know, we can really be proud of knowing that we have the humanity to recognize that sometimes people need a little love and grace and support to get to the next day. Thank you.
I feel like Tracy Hall was just here. She's always so sensitive. All right, any other comments from commissioners? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, the motion carries. And we will allow Director Balkema to give comments. Also want to say thank you for all your work on this. And Willa, thank you.
And the cookies.
Oh, the cookies too.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the allocation of funds for this project. Having been through 18 budget cycles at the county, I know there are many, many competing programs and needs that require funding. When I came to you with this idea, it was rather non-conventional. Government typically does not purchase property at auctions. Given the complexity of the deal, I really appreciate your wisdom and your grace that has led us to this moment. I would like to thank Kevin and Lindy, Lou and Ed, Willa, Eric McNamara, in the cities of Kalamazoo and Portage, who's in the audience under the awesome leadership of Pat McGinnis, for their partnership and financial contribution to make all of this possible. Just a few notes on the hotel. This is a hotel that is in current operation. They are taking and receiving guests and doing all of that right now. So you cannot go there today and say, I need a room. We'll close the deal by the end of November. So we want to close in 30 days, but the owner has asked for 2 15-day extensions if need be. We are buying the real property and the personal property minus the computers and the insignia, so it comes fully furnished. After getting occupancy, we obviously need to do some renovations. We need to get through site plan review with the City of Kalamazoo, which I'm starting as early as this Thursday. And we need to obtain an operator, which we're well into the RFQ process. The good news is all of this has started. The bad news is that we're in a housing crisis and the season in Michigan is getting cold. We have families that are living on the streets, and Michigan is unforgiving in January and February. What we will pledge to do is work diligently to get this to the finish line, but realistically, it will happen probably late May, early June 2025. So I would like to ask for grace and a little bit of patience as we do get it to the finish line. We obviously don't have all the answers when it comes to figuring out homelessness with families. It's complex. But what we do have is a really gracious board and really willing hearts. So I would like to thank you again for $3.5 million. It's general fund money. It's not ARPA money. It's not housing millage money. It is unprecedented for this board to give this type of investment into housing. And I just can say I'm super proud of you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Director Balk. You're welcome. All right. Moving down to item number 12, our annual meeting items. So I will open the public hearing for the proposed 2025 budget hearing. Is that how it works? Corporate council. Do we need a motion or do I just open it up and close it?
Forgive me, Madam Chair.
No worries.
Sorry, just looking at something else. Item 12, thank you very much. There should be a motion, ma'am, just a simple
Okay.
motion, and it only needs to be a voice vote.
Okay. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Kepler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public hearing is open for the proposed 2025 budget. Are there comments from anyone?
I'm gonna save the gavel. You're not supposed to be talking to me during this time. It's supposed to be me talking to you. I got yelled at for that last week or 2 weeks ago, so let's just, I think you guys did a reasonable thing tonight of, realizing where your employees are at and also the community. And, I do realize you guys put in hard work, so, and it just doesn't happen in this room, but allowing yourselves as part-time employees to make more than what many of your full-time employees made wouldn't have been great. And I think what you did was reasonable. Thank you.
Any others? All right, I don't see any hands raised online. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The public hearing is now closed. So next we have item number 2024-996, a request for approval of resolution to levy. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the levy.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries. So. Yeah, they gotta come at Commissioner's time now. We passed it. Okay, so item number 14, we have reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller.
Don't we have to do
Don't tell me I skipped something. Oh, I did, sorry. We have item number 2024-997, a request to move forward to approve a resolution to adopt a 2025 budget. We're not there yet, right? Or for October 15th?
Yeah, so move, that's right.
Okay,
So moved. Support.
it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. We have item 2024-998, a request to move forward the approval of the apportionment report to October 15, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion?
So moves. Support.
Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Strabs, any discussion? Y'all got discussion?
Yes, Chair, I just want to make sure you all did not miss the resolution to levy.
Oh, no, we just passed that.
They did, okay,
Yep.
thank you, thank you.
All right, no discussion, all those. Yeah, we got that one. All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Next we have item number 2024-999, a request to move forward the adoption of resolution to apportion ad valorem taxes to the October 15, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion?
Support.
It's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries. So the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Your remarks will be limited to 3 minutes. When your time is up, your time to speak is finished. Please provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? I'm sorry, it's just a lot going on, a lot of side meetings. It's driving me nuts. Any members of the public wish to make public comment? All right, seeing none, seeing no one online, we will move right along to item number 14, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. So I don't really have a report. I just want to say that I am also excited about the purchase of the hotel. Seeing that there's no transitional housing in Kalamazoo County and we're going to be the first to do it is really exciting, especially with the number of unhoused folks in Kalamazoo County. So again, thank you to Director Balkema and her staff, administration, commissioners for moving this forward and seeing this as something worth investing in the community for people. It's really exciting. As John said, like, I don't think that we really lift those things up enough. We just kind of move forward and vote and go home, and we don't talk about our wins. This is a huge win for Kalamazoo County, especially with the partnership with the city of Kalamazoo and the city of Portage. So congrats, commissioners, and I'm looking forward to it and seeing what it looks like. Vice Chair.
Yeah, that's a big win. We've been getting them quite often lately. I'm loving it. We have look at the what happened. Look at the Comstock Township. What we were able to do there. Over 100 jobs that was created. I think this site remediation is going to be a big deal. I think this is we are continually doing great things in county government from where we were 2 years ago. And I think it's important that we take a step back, see where we've come. I used to, there were two people that I never thought that I would get along with as well as I did today. And it's two people. One was so far to the left, and Mary Balkema, you were so far to the right. But the two people that really care about this community and really work hard to make the things better for the citizens. And Kalamazoo County is lucky to have both of you guys. So thank you.
I swear Tracy Hall is in the room. Tracy used to be so sensitive. Tracy is back. Okay, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, it's amazing what you do when you work together. The dream works when the team works.
Come
So
on with it.
there you go. I'm just sharing. And it is. So we have a great administration and a great board that has a lot of talent here. There's a lot of talent here, as we call it, my day job and your day jobs. And we bring that together to try to solve issues for our county. We have worked hard to improve our county and make things better all the way around for all of our departments. And I got to thank our many employees, our 900 plus employees that work for our county, and our partnerships with all of our municipalities, Portage City, Vicksburg, Schoolcraft, Galesburg, Parchment, Richland, Ross, Augusta, all the townships that are out there that make up this county, and all the people that we serve. And we got to continue to reflect on, we serve the whole county, not just one entity. And so our staff works diligently to do that. We've consolidated over the many years that I've been on the board. We had a plan to consolidate and make us leaner, meaner, and more efficient. And I think we're getting to there. And I want to thank this board for all of its hard work in doing that. And as I always say, please, John kind of alluded to it earlier, thank the men and women abroad and at home that protect us, our men and women of the fire, police, ambulances that are in there daily to protect our public and serve us, and all of our employees that work diligently to keep this county running and take care of all of our community and municipalities. Have a great week.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. Tonight was just a joy to sit through. I'm enamored that really this team, and I consider obviously the Board of Commissioners part of the team. I mean, we're all a team and we work very well together. So there's a lot of I'd say issues that are coming up and projects that are coming up that are going to keep us very busy. Obviously, the transformative housing initiative and the hotel that we just purchased for the transitional housing project. You're really looking at a team of two individuals, Mary and Willa, that operate like a team of 15. I mean, we have some of the most capable, literally some of the most capable staff in this county, undertaking that project. That's huge. Not a lot of other counties can do that with just two people. So, and obviously there's a team behind them, corporation counsel, administration, finance, and others, but we all work very well together to execute these projects, and they're heavy lifts, but we get it done. So I just want to thank our team for that, for sure. And especially, Mary's foresight and intuition and ingenuity. It's highly welcome. So we appreciate that. I want to also thank the finance team. We go through these budget processes, and we have these technical glitches, and we're trying to get information on the fly, but they do a really good job and are very, very capable. So all the changes that were mentioned tonight, we will certainly have those done in time to present for the final budget. So want to thank them as well. Want to share some news on our emergency management director of search. So we received 23 applications. I know that Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler and Commissioner Morales wanted to be on the interview team for that. So I sent a link for the applications for you all to review, and I can get those printed off, the applications, if you prefer that. But we hope to have interviews hold interviews this month yet, and possibly even appoint someone this month. We have, I would say, some rock stars in that pool for sure, that will contribute highly to Kalamazoo County's success in emergency management. I have to say too, and she's not here tonight, but Casey Coffey, our emergency management specialist, is really, really, really good. So that'll be a solid team, again, of two individuals that are running a major operation, but really they'll be functioning like they're 15 people. So we're excited about that. And then that's all I have as far as updates. We've been just working really hard on the budget, and we want to make sure that gets done on time, and as well as incorporate all of your ideas. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, have a great evening.
Thank you, Administrator. Are there any questions for the Administrator? All right, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. It's good to have you back, Chair. Great work tonight, everybody, and thank you very much to administration for all of your hard work and everything that you guys do. I know we pester you with all of our different ideas and our changes and everything when it comes to the budget, so we appreciate you constantly working on that and getting it to where we want it to be. Again, just want to echo the sentiment. I'm very excited about the purchase of the hotel. With that transitional housing, it's a huge need in the county, so this is really exciting. Yeah, looking forward to continuing to working with y'all for the rest of the year.
Thank you, Chair. I think one thing, welcome back, as you've heard from all of us, but as we're having the dialogue, I also just want to make sure I take the opportunity to lift up again your leadership of this board. And, I'm, don't like, oh no, like, you have a calm and steady voice that advocates strongly, but in such a peaceful manner. And we really appreciate that leadership. And that voice in some of these discussions that we've had has been a real part of the difference that we make. So just wanted to lift that up to you. Okay. All right. I know. We're all going to group hug after this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. As I already said, welcome back. And this is a prime example of someone who has just given birth less than 4 weeks, already back at work, not even taking advantage of the full maternity leave. So we appreciate you. Make sure you are getting your proper rest and keeping yourself hydrated and all that good stuff. So thank you for your leadership. We have come a very long way. Leadership wise from when I was being appointed to the board and issues like DEI wasn't even being thought of. There was a lot of pushback from folks who are at the state level now, where now we have some things implemented in place. I also want to commend us on being able to come and vote unanimously on things such as what I'm about to put a motion for on the floor that traditionally folks wouldn't even give attention to. So before I do that, thank you to Director Buckema and Willa for all of your hard work and for Willa's expertise. Sometimes when I feel like I talk about poverty in city life, the fact that you had that experience from a city like Philadelphia, I think it brings, it expands our knowledge on the need for what we have. So I am so happy that you are here and being able to push that perspective so it doesn't just look like Commissioner Ray and I are just like trying to hand out money. Sometimes we get that pushback, like they just handing out money and hand me down. And it's not like that. We really need to support our county and our community. Secondly, just for our nation, for those flooding out in Tennessee and North Carolina, as our Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler always says, our emergency responders are saving people from 19-foot surge waves. So thank you. You got a long title, Commissioner Hepler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, and to Commissioner Wheeler for all that you do. And Commissioner DeLu, I'm stating, y'all didn't let me get to him. I was coming to Uncle Dale. It is also, I know y'all was ready to go because Chair Ray had this quick meeting, but it is also Hispanic Heritage Month. So as an Afro-Latina, I encourage you all to enjoy all of the festivities that are going on this month. If you need coquito and all that good stuff, I got you. No, seriously. Uh-oh, he's, se habla español, sí? Oh, he's serenading me over here. Early voting. As we talk about issues, make sure that your vote counts for the things that you may like or not dislike. I think that we have done a good job on supporting our county, so make sure you all get out there and vote. And then, Counselor, can I bring this motion now? Yes? Okay.
We're still in session.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do have two motions. One, I would like to move that the Board of Commissioners wages for the 2025-28 term be set as follows. For the chair, $35,155.20. This includes a $2,000 premium. For the vice chair, $34,655.20, which includes a $1,500 premium. Vice Chair Pro Tem, $34,155.20. This includes a $1,000 premium. And for commissioners, $33,155.20. And I just want to say this will be in alignment with the salaries of our lowest hourly wage employees.
Support.
All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what you're saying and stuff. I still feel that that's too much money. I would gladly support 25 and the amounts that you brought up for the Vice Chair Pro Tem and Chair, but I just have a problem with supporting it. I mean, I get it and I don't disagree with you, but I just, I can't support it at that point, but that's fine.
It's democracy.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
No.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
You have 6 yes.
Thank you, the motion carries. Second one?
Second motion is I move to stipulate that the county's minimum wage is set at $15.94 per hour for 2025 based on the 2025 proposed non-union wage scale.
Read that, the amount one more time, okay.
Sorry. I move to stipulate that the county's minimum wage is $15.94 based on per hour for 2025 based on the 2025 proposed non-union wage scale.
This is just county employees. Correct.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion, Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. Do we have an idea of what kind of impact this would have on our budget? I assume probably Administrator Kaplan.
All right. Yes. So Vice Chair Pro Tem and Commissioners. So that's a 61 cent increase from the 1533. So 1594 is step 01. So it's basically the second step on the pay scale. It will likely be insignificant at 61 cents per employee. I mean, it'll be pretty insignificant. So finance can go back and recalculate in time for the budget approval on the 15th. So we'll ensure that we get those numbers back in time.
Can we get those numbers, and is this something we need to vote on now, or can we vote on this in 2 weeks and then is that okay? Or that's why I'm kind of wondering why now, but.
Thank you. If I can clarify our current wage scale right now, there's a OO step, which is below $15 an hour. No hourly employee is receiving that wage. And the current lowest wage received is $15.33. We voted in a 4% raise to the wage scale, moving that $15.33 to $15.95, right? We want to align that with the commissioner's salary to $15.95. If we do not take this action, and we're graying out both of the first 2 steps now, the $15.33, because if we don't do that, we're giving no wage increase, no 4% change to brand new hired employees. So they're getting $15.33 right now. Without this change, a brand new employee would still get $15.33 next year. And our goal should be to bump the wage forward 4%. That's the intention of the COLA increase. That's what we're doing and aligning it with the commissioner wage.
And at fear of asking a really stupid question, but when we raise the rate 4%, doesn't that raise everything on the scale? The whole scale goes up 4%? Isn't this the so wouldn't us raising it 4% already do this and we're just doing it twice? Or no?
I'll speak. So as we were clarifying, to make it clear for, it should, yes, I would agree. And to clarify for administration, because our policy previously just said we wanted wages at least $15 an hour. And so that would leave room to not increase the base wage, leave it at 15.33 because it's over 15. So we can re-articulate the 4% for the lowest earner with this motion.
So
And
basically,
administrator, if I haven't clarified it correctly.
so to put this in layman's terms, basically we're just recodifying that $15, 15.33, and now it's 15.91 and it's going up by 4%. We're just changing a policy that we already had, and we're just changing it to make sense with the current reality of what's happening. Am I correct in that? Okay, then I can support that then.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, I kind of wish that we had gotten this maybe before we started the meeting instead of at the end. It gives administration the time to kind of make sure that we're all on the same page here. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just not liking it coming at the last hour. And I think, and as Vice Chair Taylor said, couldn't we make sure that we got our ducks in a row, that we're not duplicating something, or just and let administration flesh it out for us and then bring it back in 2 weeks, and then we can vote on it. And because I probably could support it, but I'm not going to support it when it comes at the last hour and we don't have a chance for administration or anybody to kind of get their arms around it and see what's going on. So I would recommend that we postpone it to a time certain, being our next meeting. Thank you.
I got a quick question. So with this motion, this will go into effect now or in 2025? I'm really confused because it seems like in 2025 it's gonna happen anyway.
Correct. So what happens right now, and what Commissioner Krebs was trying to explain, right now on our 2024 scale, the lowest wage is 14.90 something. So when this 4% kicks in as an increase for the 2025 scale, that step, so right now that step is grayed out, but the 50, so basically the scale shifts, this, it shifts backwards so that now the highest step is up 4%. So essentially that 0 step is now 15.33 in 2025. What Commissioner Krebs is articulating is that, well, now a new employee, because our policy was that the minimum wage was at minimum $15 an hour, that new employee is getting that 15.33. It really didn't go up 4% for that lowest wage because it's already 15.33 now for current employees. So we would gray out that 0 step, which is 15.33, and now the starting wage would be 15.94. So that in reality, that lowest wage did go up 4% then to 15.94.
Okay.
So, but this would be effective 2025.
Okay. Commissioner Strips?
And if we want to have future discussion on the item, but the dialogue around this, the administration did have craft the motion, and we want to recognize the intention to move the scale 4%, which we've done for all of the pays. This is just for the initially hired employee.
Commissioner Gilser, I'm so sorry. I promise it's not an.
No, you're not.
Commissioner Gilser.
I'm used to shabby treatment from your chair. Anyway, I have two things I want to say. One is I want to hear it loud and clear because John mentioned it, and I think there were a lot of nodding heads, but I want to make sure we're talking about setting a minimum wage for county employees, not for employees in the county somewhere. Okay. And I, again, will say, as you did, Jeff, I really don't like to see these things come up in the talk around at the end of the meeting. I think that's poor technique. It's unprofessional, and we're certainly talking about how we're more of a professional operation than we used to be. So I'd like to see us not do this. Thank you.
Yeah, can we just move this 2 weeks from now? It'll be on consent. I mean, this is just a no-brainer, simple, just following things that we already say, but it is kind of confusing. It just gives everybody a chance. Just put it on in 2 weeks. I'm sure it'll be on the consent agenda because it's not controversial at all. It's just the process is the only thing. If that's okay with the.
Is that okay with the motion makers?
Do I need to say that again? Yes.
Madam Chair, the maker of the motion simply needs to withdraw it at this time.
So if it's at the will of the board, I will withdraw the motion for further discussion later.
And I don't even think we need discussion. We could just put it on the consent agenda.
Okay, so the maker of the motion withdraws, and we will put this on our next meeting agenda. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wasn't there something else we were supposed to? Were we supposed to have two motions from the first meeting? Well, no, because that second one was surprise. It was, but I feel like it was two things. The first one you captured with the commissioner salary, but I can look through my notes. Are you, you got more for your report, Commissioner? It's your time.
Oh, it's my time. Nope, I'm done. Well, Uncle Dale said I have to go, so thank you.
All right, Uncle Dale, you can go next.
You know, I appreciate the title because I know in the minority community that holds some weight. It does, the uncle. Yeah. It almost feels like now we've had two meetings. We had these motions and then lost all my train of thought, but Vice Chair Taylor was talking about great things this board has done, and great things only come from great ideas. And there are people in this board and directors of certain departments that have led these great things being done with these great ideas. I've been on 2 years. I don't think I've had one yet, but I'm proud to support all the great ideas that have come forward. And there's some people here that should be very proud of themselves. Also, as Commissioner Morales brought up, you know, we talk about good things we're doing and just look at our community and just think about those people down south. I mean, who would have thought a hurricane hits Florida and it wipes out the state of North Carolina, basically. And we just need to be thinking about that and how fortunate we are. And on a much happier note, the Tigers won today 3-1. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Julie. Commissioner Gisler.
I'll turn my sign around so you can see it. And I have only a couple of quick things. One, the Township of Comstock and its Downtown Development Authority, Parks Department was big in the whole deal too, conducted on last Saturday a Fall Fest. This is their second Fall Fest involving the DDA. And I don't know what the total count was, but it was really nicely done. The weather held nicely. I didn't even need to put sunscreen on. It was overcast the whole day. And we had a hoop shoot. We didn't have as many participants as we would hope, but we've had people shooting 3-pointers and gave out rewards. There was live music, 3 or 4 places where you could get food, and Winkies and River Street florists were there. You could load up on mums and that sort of stuff. And there was free ice cream for anybody that went up to the ice cream section. And the highlight, I think, of the whole thing, there was a bounce house and for the little kids and all that sort of stuff, but they had a magician, and I don't know who the guy was, but he had at least half the total attendees mesmerized. And this was 6 years old and 60-year-olds. And there was quite a thing to see. I've always been a sucker for magic, and this chap was really good. My other comment is that I hold my Kalamazoo Citizens for Responsible Government meeting on the second Monday of every month, and that's the 14th of this month, October. And we meet at Michelle's on Romance Road in Portage at 8:30 in the morning. And before the meeting started, I got confirmation from our housing director, Mary Balkema, that she will be addressing us and telling us stuff like what we just, found out about housing and that sort of thing. And if she is not, she's going to be disinvited if she doesn't bring Willa along, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. Commissioner Mazur?
Just two items. I left some information for each one of you on the Woolham Nature Preserve, so I hope that you'll take a look at it, and also to go out and visit. It's beautiful nature preserve, and it's out on Texas Drive. Okay, and then last, mac and cheese contest in Texas Corners this Saturday, 11 to 2, I think. It's wonderful. So I hope you'll come out. Thank you.
All right, Wendy, I didn't get a brochure. I
got two.
All right, you got mine. All right. Also, before we go, we got a couple of things. One, I want to lift up that this month is Sudden Infant Death Syndrome Awareness Month. HCS released a press release yesterday. Taylor sent it out to us, so take some time to read it, and then we have to go back through our annual meeting items and do a roll call vote on all of them. So
No, ma'am. Just on item number 2024-996. And my apologies for not catching that. I was busy writing the motions, but that does require a roll call vote.
Okay, so don't unpack your bags. I thought we were staying for a while. It's just one. All right. Do we know who made the motion? Was it John? The motion to levy. John the
I would never have made that motion.
All right, John, let's get it.
Okay.
I move.
Thank you. I move that we levy. Whereas the county administrator control. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay.
So I'll entertain the motion to approve the resolution to levy.
So moved. Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazur,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strips.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, my apologies.
No worries. All right, and before we adjourn, I want to make note that the clock is slow again. John Curran always kept us on time. So I don't know if the battery's going to be replaced, but it's about 25 minutes slow. All right, without objection, we are adjourned.